to part 10 of the Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail expansion. Just working on some fates right now, which are little things to get experience. And then we'll get into some MSQ. We'll do some of the class quests, like job-related class quests as well. Maybe some dungeons. We'll see how things go with that. But yeah, so let's get into it. I hope everybody's having a good day or night. I mean, early morning, almost early morning. But yeah, let's get into it. This one quick, if I can make it before they finish it. So I got my Dark Knight to 100 off air, just doing fates and doing the MSQ stuff, or doing the side quests or whatever, just random side quests that don't necessarily matter to the overarching story. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be a traveler from across the seas. Then I suppose Baruch Uvu has enlisted you to our aid. That you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave Narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are ever grateful for its vigilance. My name is Lazing Iqui, and I hail from the northern reaches of Zaktorol, where even our breath freezes when caught in the chilling winds. Our people revere Torel the Droll of the Narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Though fathomless depths it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm. Legend tells that the Narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can any who possesses the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the needs for sleep themselves. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Toa, tasked with crossing the ocean, returning that which is most sacred to us. I have joined him, but I feared I would only be a burden, so I remained here, that I might find someone to send to his aid. Tintoa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. But if there's anything that I can do to help him, even a little, then I must. Brakavu has done well to send you to me. I can tell you are just the man to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quests. As luck would have it, a letter from Tintoa arrived shortly before you did. It seemed he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Tintoa would be rendered helpless before Narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? Ishgard is like a second home to me. Thank you, Angelus. I knew the Narwhal would guide a brave protector to our side. Tintoa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he doubtless spent time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard has a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. Ask for a swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine, and I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Off to Ishgard we go. Yeah, so this is the tank-specific quest line for the expansion. If it isn't Angela's, what'll it be? A lad from the Western Continent? Well, I can't be going around gossiping about the comings and goings of my customers, now can I? That's a quick way to an empty tavern. But I suppose since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. A lad much like you, like one you described, walked through my door not long ago, was asking anyone whose ear he could bend about some stolen narwhal or some such he was after. Usually you buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined. Asked where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to head to the jeweled crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know him when you see him. Trust me. All right, good to know. Good to know. Hot-blooded youth. There we go. Bunch of useless by the Narwar's horn. You think manners keep people warm for now. Desperately, these people cling to them. And here I am trying to rid their city of a thief. Yes, it seems you know me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. Lauren actually sent you. Even Loazine Ikwe sent you, even across oceans. She can sense when I'm in trouble. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I'm having no luck getting information from these people. Seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors that no one's bothered to tell me. I know the thieves traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. I thought it'd only be a matter of time until they use the cradle to commit some misdeed or another. But it seems nothing is amiss within or without Ishgard's walls, having only a description to go on, although it availed me nothing so far. A woman of a race known in this land as Elzine. She has striking red hair and eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead, and a mole rests upon her lips. She came to the village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that spewed from her mouth. The bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruits she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. After the cold snap we suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. But looking back, I realized how brazen her description was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator. I marked her as a fearsome warrior the moment I made laid eyes upon her. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That's all I know. It's not much, but if you seen even the smallest scrap of a clue in there, it'd be a damn sight better than what I currently have. Few scholars studying sort of passing through the if she feels even an ounce of guilt, she would seek penance at St. Raymond's Cathedral. The skilled sword would be known among the knights of the congregation. Knights, was it? I suppose that's what you call these deadly-looking fellows, clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there, but where would we find one willing to speak? At their barracks near the tavern. I know the well. I'll meet you there. Welcome, everybody. Why, Master Draven, what brings you to the congregation? This passage of the Unbound, it's not a name I have heard before, but one of their numbers was brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard. We should be ill-advised to suffer their presence. We would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. We shall act on this information at once. If there is aught that would threaten the peace, then it is our duty to root it out. Consider the knights of the congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out. Truly, now does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? An Alazine woman with red hair and eyes the color of rust. Wait. You said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. You know who she is? Well, such information is usually private only to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. What, weren't you listening to anything we told you? She's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't the time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger in your city, that I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. If you can trust anyone, then trust me. He's right, the danger justifies bending the rules a little. Then trust me. If you can't trust anyone, then trust me. Alright, of course, if the hero who ended the Dragon Song War is not worthy of our trust, and who is? Very well. Master Tentawa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be Ishgardian, you desire to keep its people safe, is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you as Master Draven has. I'm glad we can see eye to eye now, then. What do you know of this thief? Your description called back some old memories of a knight named Leofine. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease. For the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I had thought living with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough. But if she now consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of order, then it is clear we can suffer her freedom no longer. I shall inform my superiors of this development and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofine and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Care to join me over there, Angelus? So, you have a name. We have a name, Leofine, a former knight of Ishgard. That means she knows how to hide herself in the city well. Grasping about at straws won't get us anywhere. My own familiarity does little to help our chances. We may have no choice but to wait until the night discovers a lead. Nevertheless, I tend to spend every waking moment learning more about this city and its workings. As for you, I only ask that you be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. There you are, Angelus. I've been walking Ishgard streets whenever I've been able, and I've taken to searching for any sleeping people. You see, the land I'm from isn't much warmer than this, and people know not to tempt fate by dozing off in the open air. Even those blind with drink manage to find their way home somehow. I figured the only force powerful enough to overcome that instinct for self-preservation would be the cradle. So if we find a sleeper exposed to the elements, we may very well discover Leofine nearby. I can't imagine she brought it all this way just to remain idle. It's a tedious prospect, but we need to scour every back alley and shadowed walkway before anyone catches something much worse than a cold. Master Draven, Master Tentoa, I bring good tidings. The Temple Knights wasted no time in distributing handbills across Ishgard containing Leofine's description. These efforts have already borne fruit. We recently received a report of someone matching her features being sighted. Really, where? She was sighted near Camp Dragonhead by a patrolling sentry. He described a woman with red hair and a distinct scar on her forehead. The outpost can be reached by passing through the Gates of Judgment and head east. Once there, speak with Sir Ignaux for the full report. I knew she'd show herself. Let's hurry, Angelus. Onward. was informed you were on your way. This is concerning the report by one of our sentries, yes? Second. He cited a woman matching the description in the handbill sent by the congregation. She was heading south along the footpath, but that is all we know. Yes, this is Eugenie Neox. What? Hold fast. I shall send aid at once. What happened? The shipment of supplies was waylaid by monsters, beasts. A contingent of temple knights should have been protecting it, but something is amiss. They need our help. We would be in your debt. The shipment was attacked on the road west of the observatorium. I shall muster more knights. Please go find my men before any lives are lost. Yeah. There isn't things for these there now. There isn't. Huh. Where how you track those? They should be close, right? I'll search the other side of the river. Angelus, you search further down the road and keep your weapon at the ready. You saved us. We were almost... Alright. Not a moment too soon. The wide-eyed watch is eternal, and eternal is a sleep it bestows. We were too late. No, they're not. Just look, they're asleep, is all. Good, good. Our trusty chocobos suddenly became unsure on their feet, and the wagon toppled on onto the side of the road. There was nothing for it but to fix the damage on the spot. The temple knights went to secure the area, but before I knew it, each and every one of them had fallen asleep where they were standing. Then the beast attacked. It was just me before those snarling fangs. Time to wake up. Sleep here any longer and the cold will have you. What happened? Just beat the shit out of him to wake him up. We fell asleep, but we were patrolling. You must be mistaken. The Temple Knight would never shirk his duties, so. Are you calling me a liar? I saw you fall over on your arse with my own eyes. If not for Sir Eugenic's quick response and the bravery of these warriors, we all would be food for the vultures by now. The congregation will hear of this dereliction of duty. You can trust, be sure. You can be sure. Now hold on just a moment. They aren't the ones to blame. A sacred relic of my people was stolen, and now isn't the time. Sorry, forget I said anything. Whatever dizziness overtook the chocobo seems to have passed. So I'll resume my journey once the carriage is repaired. Assuming my guards are quite refreshed, I believe we can make it on our own. Please return to Camp Dragonhead and warm yourselves. It's no coincidence that the giant birds and the two guards took leave of their senses around the same time. This is the work of the cradle. But even if Leophane was here, she is no longer. Let's return to the city and consider our next steps. Oh, hey, Manliness. I'm calling you an AEW fan. I saw you eat crayons with my own eyes. God damn it, Manliness. I've never eaten crayons. We have received a report of an incident near Camp Dragonhead. 2 of our own sleeping on duty by the Fury. Had you reached them even a moment later, this day would have been much darker. Although it pains me to say, those two shall be punished as befits the magnitude of their negligence. If I may, I don't believe the blame rests entirely on their shoulders. The cradle of the sleepless was used against them, I'm certain. Ah, yes, you said it possesses the power to lull others into a deep sleep. I admit, that would explain these exceptional circumstances. Regardless, they were still bested by their enemy, and their charge was almost killed as a result. Punishment is the only recourse. I see a harsh stance, maybe, but I can respect that you don't treat your duty that you don't treat your duty lightly. Well, if you learn anything else of Leofin's plot, please let us know at once. Even though we didn't find her, I'm glad we were able to save those soldiers. Thank you for coming to us. Nah, 'tis the Temple Knights who owe you thanks. We shall continue our search, and rest assured, you shall be the first to know of any developments. Angelus, there's more I would tell you about the cradle. Things I should have told you sooner. Join me over there, and I'll do my best to fix that mistake. This is a non-cran-eating stream, manliness. Now you've seen with your own eyes what I've only been able to describe. The Narwhal's lullaby can put even the hardened warriors into a restful slumber. They may as well be defenseless as a newborn babe, but even with such power, my people have never used it to attack our enemies. Its sole purpose has always been to keep a single person awake, an eternal guardian who would never sleep, never rest, the wide-eyed me. For 10 years I've been awake. I training day and night to gain the strength I have now, the strength to shield my people. Of course, another must receive the weariness I cast aside. The shut-eye you've met her, in fact. Loaziniqui. As I've been awake these 10 years, she spent the better part of her days in a deep slumber. Her brief periods of wakefulness are spent exercising and eating so her body doesn't waste away. And so we've barely spoken despite how much I depend on her. When we were young, we'd spend our days exploring the mountain pass, but that time is long past. Interesting. Telling you how all this now, I realize how very little of my life has been dedicated to my own pursuits. Loenziniqui and I both have devoted ourselves entirely to the protection of our village. How did Leofin steal the artifacts of an accomplished warrior? That explains your skill. Well, about that, no, I have no excuse. It was my fault. It was stolen. I'll bear that burden. A protector must take responsibility for his charges. But we don't have the luxury to dwell in regrets. I see now that although my people never used the cradle for ill, wicked hearts can twist anything towards evil. And that's something I can't tolerate. The very thought that this might happen again makes the bile churn in my gullet. We must bring Leofine's schemes to an end. That we should. Just the person I wanted to see. I'd like to ask your advice on a certain matter, if you don't mind. It seems a while since my last letter to that was in Equi. I wanted to wait until I discovered something worth sharing to write her. But we're still completely in the dark. I don't want her to worry, but I don't know what to tell her. Good advice as usual. I wish we had even a single thread to grasp, but an unexciting letter is better than none at all. Alright, I'll start right away. I may not have much time left. Oh, don't misunderstand. Something so grave as that. It's just the last time I used the cradle was just before it was stolen. Luckily, I'm still as alert as I've ever been, but it won't be long until I must dream like any other. Rat will give Leofine free rein while I'm helpless in bed. There is no quarry more dangerous than one who doesn't sleep. We have to see this through before that happens. Tell her you will drive her to her events in the Special Olympics. God damn it. Master Draven and Master Tentoa. We have received reports that several groups of Temple Knights have fallen afoul of what can only be your stolen artifact. Several, let me guess. They are all guarding someone else. You would be correct. It is the duty of a knight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. If we fail at even that most basic function, then our honor means nothing. As if the incident near Camp Dragonhead was not shameful enough, the knights in these most recent attacks were left in quite compromising positions. Yet the weight of embarrassment is trifle compared to the guilt we would bear if any innocent came to harm. The Fury was merciful in that respect, but we would rather not see those incidents repeat. Still, while the Temple Knights must work to repair their reputation in the days ahead, 'tis a far cry from bringing Ishgard crumbling to its knees. Truth be told, the methods of this passage of the Unbound leave me mystified. But Leofine was cunning, if nothing else. Till we can discern her true motivations, we have little resources but to wait until she makes a mistake. She may be testing the limits of the artifact's power. Perhaps she gets her jolly soon. Testing limits of the artifact's powers. Then you suggest there's such a great. Then you suggest she has a greater purpose in mind for it. These incidents are simply a prelude. We cannot discount that theory. I admit we shall remain vigilant. There is no telling how much chaos she can sow if left unchecked. We have to do everything we can to get the cradle out of her clutches. And to do that, we have to start asking the right questions. This new information makes me wonder. Why was she has she focused her attention on the Temple Knights? I have pondered the same. Posted at Camp Dragonhead are knights from many houses of repute, including House Four Temps. Being a former Temple Knight herself, Leofoons doubtless knows their habits and training. Perhaps that makes it easier for her to exploit their weaknesses. Then if we follow the knights, we may pick up her trail. It's not ideal, but it's the best we have to go on. A large contingent of knights has recently been dispatched to Korothos. You remember Gorgain Mills, yes? It was lain abandoned ever since the heretics were driven from it. Yet there is ever the risk of unsavory elements might infest it once again, thus have the Temple Knights planned joint patrol of its premises with other contingents. If you speak with Sir Redwald at Falcon's Nest, I am certain he would be glad to have you along. We go. Is that Master Draven I see? Of course, you are ever welcome in Falcon's Nest. Yet I believe I do not know your companion here. Indeed, whispers of the Temple Knights' humiliation have reached us even here. Falling asleep while on duty, I dare not believe these stories, but it seems that there was truth in them after all. They fell asleep, true, but it wasn't their fault. We suspect they fell victim to an enemy wielding a powerful artifact. Now, the rumors fail to mention anything like that. If it can lull even trained warriors to sleep, then we must treat it as a serious threat. Nevertheless, if one knight falls, another is always at the ready to take their place. So long as the artifact cannot put an entire regiment under its spell, I believe we are well positioned to combat it. Interesting. The idea of your allies falling in battle doesn't seem to disturb you at all. Where I hail from, a single warrior is responsible for the safety of his entire village. Make no mistake, we do not doubt our allies' mettle, and mourn every loss, yet each man and woman here knows that if they must quit the battle, another sword just as fierce will take their place. To know that an ally is at your back, it would allow you to fight with abandon. Now you believe this Leofine might take interest in our activities at Gorgine Mills, yes? A party has already left, accompanied by a group of temple knights. If your suspicions are correct, then they are at risk. I'd ask that you follow in their tracks and ensure they have not fallen victim to foul play. The mill can be found to the north, just across the Black Iron Bridge. The party should be arriving there soon, conditions permitting. We have to reach them before Leofin does. Oh, looks like we're late. We're too late. They're fast asleep. But Redwald gave the impression there were more. These knights must have been the lookouts. We should awaken them, but keep your eyes peeled for Leofin. I'll rouse these ones, Angelus. You shoot to the building yonder. Who the hell are you? How'd you get past the guards? Oh, looks like we're in the moment. It's you. Thank you. Thank the Fury you arrived when you did. These thugs struck when our backs were turned. I assume the Temple Knights were protecting the entrance, so I wasn't as cautious as I should have been. Were they killed? Sleeping. I've heard the stories, of course, but I didn't think they were true. Whoever is behind this, I'm sure they didn't count on you showing up. For now, we shall attend to our wounded and then finish our inspection here. Master Draven, I ask that you join the knights outside and wait until we're finished. There she is. As I thought, Just when I was becoming bored, I sighted a familiar face among these slumbering knights. I simply had to come and make sure it was you. You finally found the courage to show yourself. Hand over the cradle now and I won't kill you. What did they call you again? The Wide Eye? You must have had quite the journey to come this far. Be careful, Angela. This is our quarry. The thief who stole the cradle of the sleepless. This is Leofine. That is your ally? What sudden travel did you drag them out of? I dare say they seek your artifact for themselves. It matters not, I suppose. Before you both throw your lives away, I suggest you think for a moment. Is the cause you fight for worth the sacrifice? So few of us know true freedom. If there is aught you would grasp with your own hands, do so before they wither and your eyes shut for the last time. The codes and rules that would bind men are mere illusions. Upon your eyes, truly open them, and you shall see a path all your own. Only a fool would waste their life in struggle of another. Quite spouting nonsense. Nonsense. Perhaps I am here because of another, after all. Apihai, who came to me at the sight of my debauchery and welcomed me into her devious brotherhood. She guided me to great power, yes, and now I lead others upon the unbound path. Yet, truth be told, I have little interest in seeing where it ends. To tear down the world's nations, Ishgard among them, and usher the world into, well, what does it matter? Yet I do derive great pleasure in shaming the Temple Knights and seeing the snickers and jeers deflate their pompous stride as they walk down the streets. If this artifact can hasten their fall from grace, I believe I shall keep it. I know the path I walk, the one that leads to your downfall. And I won't abandon it. I'll take you the cradle back. And then I'll... Oh dear, you seem to have lost your train of thought. I know you cannot hear me, but if you want your artifact back, I might suggest stealing it from me while I am asleep. But considering the burden I have just passed to you, that opportunity may not come for some time yet. Why, I feel absolutely transcendent to think the shackles of fatigue weighed so heavily. Alas, it appears the artifact needs its own repose of sorts. No matter, I have learned more than enough to take my next step. See to it that this lot is disposed of. 'Tis the last you can do for the freedom I have given you. Oh, I get to fuck up our troops. Awesome. Sounds good. Try as you might to rouse Tentoa, he seems completely detached from the waking world. Hmm. It looks like you've saved us twice today, thank you. But what of him? Fast asleep, just as we were. Could this be what Sir Frumalbert warned us of in his report? I see. Then those stories are more than just wicked rumors. I suppose there is some small comfort in the fact that our enemy tipped their hand without causing loss of life. While the drowsiness made my eyes heavy, my ears could not mistake Leofin's arrogant voice. If she would not scruple to attack former comrades in arms, then she has fallen farther than I had dared imagined. Yet we bear the blame for allowing her to get the upper hand, and in so doing put innocent lives in danger. Another black mark on our order. So it was only thanks to you and your companions' efforts that the snow was not stained red this day. At the very least, allow us to carry him to the congregation. Our work here is done, so we shall accompany them as far as Falcon's Nest. Angelus, pray return to Ishgard and look after your friend. Will do. I'm gonna get a drink while I teleport. Full glad I am to see you, well, Master Draven. I understand you came fresh from an encounter with none other than Leofine. Master Tentawa now rests on the second floor. We shall stand vigil by his side every moment until he opens his eyes again. We should not have long to wait, but if you wish to check on him, please do so at your leisure. There is another matter to discuss just before your departure to Gorgain Mills. It seems there was another incident. A group of criminals released from their cells. Their guards found in a deep sleep. Doubtless Leofine was behind this. And doubtless the ruffians you clashed with were their self-same criminals. Leofine is gathering those who bear a grudge against the Temple Knights to her side, and using this animosity to her advantage. We now know for certain that Leofine is the mastermind of these attacks, and that her aim is to chip away at the very foundation of the Temple Knights, our honor. When I shared these revolutions with my superiors, it was decided that none would speak publicly of the artifact and its powers. The passage of the Unbound seeks to overthrow the nations of the world. One obvious method to achieve this goal would be to stoke the flames of unrest among the common folk, thus sinking Ishgard into a mire of chaos and distrust. So long as these failures are placed squarely on the shoulders of the Temple Knights, we can avoid fomenting a more abiding mistrust in the nation's very core for Ishgard's peace. I would gladly suffer any disgrace. The question remains as to whether we can apprehend Leofine before she tears our reputation to tatters. While Master Tenetoa slumbers, it falls to us to search for clues that might point towards her whereabouts. Leofin remains as elusive as ever. As she is in league with Ishgard's more unsavory elements, she should be hidden anywhere. Uh, she should, could be hidden anywhere. We have only her cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been but a prelude to the climax. We have only the cryptic statements to guide us. It seems that whatever her plan is, her actions thus far have been just a prelude. We can but hope that Tentawa awakens before she emerges again. Angelus, there you are. I'm so glad I found it. I was starting to think I was in the wrong city, but the narwhal guided me true. Oh, you must be the maiden Tenatawa mentioned. You hail from the same village, yes? I am Frimmelbert of the Temple Knights. 'Tis an honor to meet you. Ah, Tenatawa wrote about you in his letters. I am Loazenequi, and the honor is all mine. Is Tenatawa with you? I haven't received a letter from him for some time, so I came here to check on him myself. You insufferable fool, what have I always told you about rushing ahead without thinking? Now you even have the gall to be sleeping when I arrive? You promised you'd write to me. What was I supposed to do when the letters stopped coming? I was so worried. At least I can take some small comfort that he appears otherwise unharmed. I take it you're to thank for that, Angelus. Is there any way to counteract the cradle's influence? Of course. Can one stay awake forever by sheer force of will? The answer is the same. Although we can deny ourselves food or drink, sleep is another matter. It always finds us in time. And to rouse oneself from a slumber this deep is an impossible task, even for someone like Tentoa. Do you know why Tentoa sleeps so sadly? The reports of our incident indicated that those affected awoke in a matter of moments. Yet Tenatoa shows no sign of stirring. Well, that I'm sorry I can't say for certain. But I do know the stories of those who came before me. More than one shut-eye has fallen into a sleep much like this. One so absolute that they became deaf to the outside world. With no means to sustain their bodies, they would waste away if left alone. So our people found a mixture of herbs and other materials that help usher the shut-eye back to the waking world. What could possibly be strong enough to bring someone back from this? We call it spring dew, and the secret of its making are passed down through generations. Each drop acts as a ray of sunshine in the darkness of sleep, a beacon for the dreamer to follow. I carry some of the ingredients on my person, but others must be gathered fresh. It won't be an easy task, but I'm certain it will save Tanatoa. I don't know their Eorzean name, but one of the flowers blooms a striking yellow and grows only where mountain peaks soar above the clouds. Being so close to the heavens, it drinks in the sunlight, and its petals um, cleanse the body and promote wakefulness. In the churning mist blooms a yellow flower called the dandelion. In no other place in Eorzea can one be closer to touching the sun. Good. Next we'll need the saliva of a beast we call morbles, and the thicker it is, the better. The pungent odor could make the dead. Wake the dead. Oh, I know them. Well, morbles are not an uncommon sight in the Dravinian hinterlands. A master specimen should possess saliva with the desired effect. The prospect of gathering it, however, is an inviable task. Once we have the two ingredients, mix them with the rest should be a simple matter. Do you think you could procure them, Angelus? Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, your confidence is reassuring since the morble saliva must be the fresher of the two. I ask that you first climb into the heavens and pick dandelions for Tanatoa. Nerding out in the chat on my free company right now. One of the guys seen Deadpool, and then we got into convention and anime talk. Two of those. forget which one it is. This one. Oh, there's a new expansion that's coming out. This WoW launch event shows how much I need to build a new computer. Yeah. I need to upgrade some of my stuff, I think. I might get more RAM just to have it. Time to fight a marble. Marble. Oh shit. There's two of them. Why are there two? There we go. Oh, there's two because there's another person doing the same quest chain. And I was like, why are there two of them here? That would explain it. I didn't realize there was a new expansion for WoW. So, I thought Dragon Isle was the last, or whatever was the last one. What's the new one? One of these days I'll go back to that. Not anytime soon though. Just because this game, I enjoy this game too much. Pray keep your voice down. Sorry. I used to serve as a guardsman over by the Scholars Dictate. Force of Habit carry on. Where the hell do I go to? Oh, up the thing. Hey, Real Wade, what's up? How you doing? I'm ready to start mixing the ingredients at once. That is, of course, assuming you've brought them with you. I have. I brought the dandelion and the marble saliva to mix your concoction. These are difficult to acquire at the best of times, so I thank you for gathering them so quickly. I shall get started immediately. We've done all we can. Now we wait for Tentoa to open his eyes. Where am I? I hope you enjoyed sleeping the days away, Tenatoa. And I'm glad you're finally awake. The Loaziniqui, what are you doing here? I see. So, Leofin wielded the cradle against me, and while I was tucked soundly in bed, Loaziniqui came all this way. Curse my weakness. Just when we had her, just when I was needed the most, I failed. For 10 years, I endured countless trials, and when the time came, I couldn't even swing my damn weapon. It's not your fault, Tanatoa. If anyone's to blame for what's happening, it's me. No, I won't hear it. As you may know, Leofin won our trust by posing as a scholar traveling the width and breadth of Tyrol. She expressed great interest in the cradle and our customs, and I was so excited to meet an outsider that I answered her every question. I told her that the Waianae keeps the cradle within them at all times, and then she hatched her plan. She took her hostage to draw out Tenatoa. While Leozin Niqui was sleeping, Leofin snuck into her chamber and held a blade to her throat. I had no choice but to give her what she wanted, the cradle of the sleepless. I put Leozoniqui's life before the future of our people. It was at that moment I became unfit to be their guardian. Once we get the cradle back, all will be forgiven. As Inkwi is one of your people. Protect her was your duty. Don't get me wrong. I haven't given up, no matter what. I'll repay Leofin's treachery 1,000-fold. No, just you. Not just you. We're in this together. Seeing you in such high spirits lifts my own. Oh, and before I forget, you trounced Leofin's thugs while I was dreaming in the snow, didn't you? I owe you a debt I won't soon forget. And I wager that debt will grow larger before we pry the treasure from Leofin's clutches. But whatever it takes, I won't stop until she answered for her crimes. You know, while I was sleeping, I dreamed. I saw Leoziniqui and I as children. Nothing particularly interesting happened. We just whiled the days away without a care in the world. I'd forgotten what it was like to dream. It was pleasant. I can remember wanting to stay there, to never open my eyes again. But of course, the moment I gave form to that thought, I opened them, and Leoziniqui was there. Even if we get the cradle back, will things return to the way they were? Will you go back to spending your life in dreams? I suppose so. It's my duty as the Shaddai, after all. Your duty, and it was your duty too, that compelled you to come all the way here to Ishgard. no more. What are you saying? I tried so hard to convince myself that we were glad spending so much time asleep, but being on the other side made me realize I was lying to myself all along. I don't want to return to a life where you and I are bound together, but always so far apart. I want to go back to those happy days when we were by each other's sides. I guess what I'm saying is, if there's a different path for us, I want to find it, and I want to walk it with you. But not yet. First, we reclaim the cradle, and when we have, we'll take our first steps towards the new future, I promise. I must confess, I haven't felt the same since I woke up. I know I was in the bed for a while, but instead of feeling refreshed, my body feels weaker somehow. It's almost as if my very strength was sapped when the treasure was turned on me. I can't even grip my weapon properly. Perhaps Cradle has been sapping the aether of its target all along. Leofin did remark that she felt invigorated. Maybe if she took your vitality for herself. And does that mean the Cradle has powers we don't know about? Not exactly. It may just mean the Cradle works differently than we thought. Its wielder might not pass on their fatigue, rather they absorb another's vigor. The end effect would be the same. The Cradle's wielder can go on without sleep, and its victim loses the strength to even keep their eyes open. You never took more than you needed, so my slumber was always light enough to awaken from. But if the treasure was used without restraint, if we've had this realization, it won't be long until Leofin does too. And then it will be too late. We have to root her out. But I mustn't rush ahead blindly, as Loaziniqui never tires of telling me. I feel nearly weak as a child right now. I must spend what precious time we have training to regain what strength Leofin stole from me. You have my word, I won't rest until I am top form again. I suggest that you do the same, if for no other reason than to give me some stiff competition. You're looking strong, Angelus. Well, I'm not old self yet. No, I'm not my old self yet. I'm feeling better by the day. Still, there's much work to be done. I need to be even better than I was before, if we're to have any hope of catching Leofin. Hee hee hee. Hey, Beavis. Hey, Beavis. He said, stiff. God damn it. Still, there's much work to be done. I need to be even better than I was before, if we're to have any hope of catching Leofin. I wonder what she's plotting with the rest of her cohorts. We know they aim to topple nations around the world, but this is an odd way to go about it, don't you think? Why haven't her misdeeds in Ishgard extended any further than the Temple Knights? We've pondered that same question. Our best guess was that, as a former Temple Knight herself, she chose them because she knows how to exploit their weakness. She uses her knowledge as her weapon, and we need to equip ourselves likewise. If we can learn more about her, we might be able to anticipate her next move. A good plan, but I admit I have no idea where to start. Should we ask Firmalbert? I already have. He said that while he never knew her personally, the knights in her old squadron might be able to shed light onto her past. Some of them even now patrol the city, and Firmalbert was a great help in telling me where they might be. You've been busy, Leo's Iniqui. Well, I can't remember the last time I was awake this long. I didn't want to sit around until I got tired again. And we're all better for it. Since you gathered the information, it's only fitting I should do the legwork. Just let me tell me where these knights are, and I'll speak with them. Gladly, but Ishgard is still an unfamiliar city for both of us, right? Although Firmalbert told me where to go, the names of these places means nothing to me. Luckily, we have angels to guide you. You'll go with Teneto, won't you? I knew we could count on you. Alright, take note of these locations. Being forced to work with someone like Leofin isn't a fate I would envy. I'm curious to hear what these knights have to say about her. Hopefully they provide insight that will help guide us forward. Time is of the essence, Angelus. Let's get moving. Oh boy, an escort quest. Fucking A. God, I hate escort quests. Especially in this game. It's fucking annoying. Because, like, they're with you and you can't go ahead to where you need to be. Or they, like, stop being near you. Or they'll, like, disappear. Now this is a rare privilege. What business could the savior of Ishgard have with a humble knight? You want to know about Leofin? Well, many temple knights come from common stock, but she was different. Despite what she became, Leofin was born of noble blood. Even so, she often made mock of Ishgard's customs and responsibilities that bound the conduct of noble families. Doubtless she yearned for freedom all her life, or her idea of it anyways. Although her deeds caused her to be expelled from the Temple Knights and summarily stripped of her title, she may have actually desired that outcome. If she hated it so much here, all she had to do was leave. I hear she did leave, for a time at least. Now she's in league with a group that aims to plunge the world into chaos. If a selfish heart like Leofin was sought out to aid in this plot, I shudder to imagine how wicked their leader might be. Escort quests because game devs hate you. Yep, pretty much. Like, it's weird too because the last expansion had them a little bit, but the ones before that didn't really have them, where they like were strapped onto you. And it's like ever since they added it in the last expansion a few times, it's like that's all they want to do. It used to be where you talk to the person for the quest and they met you at the next location and you just did that. But now they're like, oh, let's have them follow along with you. It's like, no, let's stop doing this. It's annoying. Let me just go to the locations and then just be there at those locations. But no, we gotta go through all this bullshit. Because I could have literally taken the little points here and just gone to where I needed to go a lot quicker. Do you require aid? I must keep watch, so forgive me if I don't engage in idle chit-chat. Leofin, for her I can spare a moment. I don't suppose you know why she was expelled from the Temple Knights, do you? Well, few were her equal in swordplay, and fewer still handled their mounts with such grace. She oft spent her nights carousing in the gambling halls, It was after just such a night that she fell asleep while on duty. Some may call it a cruel twist of fate, but dragons attacked her, charging as she slept, and they were left defenseless. And they were left defenseless. In her negligence, she was deemed to have aided our ancestral foe, and thus was stripped of her knighthood and noble title both. Knights falling asleep on duty, a story that's become all too familiar. Given what happened, I've no doubt she came to fear sleep. Yet now she has conquered that weakness, and she wields it as a weapon against us. She may even believe herself to be beyond the reach of mortal danger, yet she's only deluding herself, and in time she'll be made to answer for her deeds. It used to be where you could sprint and stuff, and they would like fall behind, and you'd have to go restart them following you. I've heard that the people of Ishgard revere a warrior god, but here is a statue of a flesh and blood knight. I've never seen such a thing. My people have no figures or depictions of our departed, fearing that such objects would keep them from finding their way to the next world. The only idol we keep is the cradle of Sleepless, and thanks to its blessings, a wide eye has always watched over us. So our reverence is devoted solely to the narwhal. It's enough that it guides our people safely to the next sunrise. Yeah, so they had to up the speed that the things followed, because people would sprint or do like a move thing, like there's certain dash moves that let you move faster, or you were mounted and they would just fucking disappear, and you'd have to go all the way wherever you started the thing to get them to follow you again. It was fucking annoying. All is quiet, even so I must remain vigilant. Leofinhe, a name spoken of in hushed whispers. Now, but many have forgotten her strategic genius. She had a singular talent for achieving victory in battle by whatever means necessary. Genius? Maybe we're just too dense to see how her actions would cause Ishgard to collapse. Given that her group seems relatively few in numbers, an assault on Ishgard is unlikely. Rather, I think her aim is to chip away at the people's trust in Ishgard's foundation, and by the absence of a few vital bricks, bring the whole nation tumbling down. The thought gives me worry. Even now, representatives from Ishgard are preparing to visit Okzundu, the Sea of Clouds. If anything were to go wrong, it would be a grievous blow to Ishgard's reputation. As we saw at the Falcon's Nest, certain elements that oppose our nation see friendly gestures as a chance to spark conflict. Given the recent developments, Sir Handaloop has been debating whether the visit is a wise choice. Well, we have a general understanding of what drives our adversary. Stories that paint a picture of a rotten, conniving soul. We know enough to guess their next move. Well, you're right. Whatever her ultimate goal may be, it's clear she has an almost blinding focus on shaming the Temple Knights. And this, what did he call it? A delegation? May provide an irresistible opportunity. Finally, we have knowledge to use against our enemy. If we all work together, we might be able to trap her. We haven't much time. Let's return to the congregation and tell this Andaloop what we know. Yay, he's still following me. Ooh, I fucking hate it. Terrible. I'm assuming the guy's a paladin because he has a shield and sword. That's what the paladins usually use. Paladin or gladiator. You are ever welcome at the congregation, Angelus. I am well apprised of Leofin's wicked deeds, and your efforts to flush her out have much been appreciated. And this must be Master Tentoa, who crossed the ocean from Tyrol. I hope you have recovered from your ordeal. I am better than ever. Apologies for taking up one of your beds for so long. Please, no apologies are necessary. On the contrary, the Temple Knights yet owe you a debt for all you have done. Which brings us to the purpose of this visit. You had something to discuss with me? I see. And I had the same doubts. The delegation to XIV would be an obvious target for Leofine. I was but recently debating the wisdom of moving forward with our plans. As you know, all the Ishgards fall under the protections of the Temple Knights. As such, 'tis only meet that we maintain and strengthen friendly relationships with our neighbors. The delegation in question is asked with deepening mutual understanding of each other's, of our unique cultures. Sanu Vanu, chief of the Zendu, was most eager to host. Yet so long as the specter of Leofin hangs over our order, I fear visits abroad are unwise. Should any of the Vanu come to harm, our relations could be damaged irreparably. As we have no way of knowing if Leofin has caught wind of our plans, I am of the mind that postponing the delegation may be the most prudent course of action for the safety of all. This could also be the perfect chance to draw her out. The Zendu will be safe under our watch. That's right, Angelus. And I won't let anyone come to harm. And as long as you warn the Vanu in advance, they shouldn't hold the actions of a rogue against you. If they're truly your allies, they'll see the wisdom in your judgment. Please send the delegation as planned. It'll be our best chance to capture Leofin. Yes, your words have merit. Thank you for sage counsel. You are right. The Zendu would not stand idly by while we suffer as Leofin's hands. In fact, the fellowship between our two people are forged when a god assailed their home and was brought low by a great hero, Angelus. If we tell the Zandu that he is keeping watch over the proceedings, then I am certain all doubts shall be quelled. Then you'll proceed? I'm kind of a celebrity, guys, so just so we're aware. In other words, my character is a celebrity. Indeed, the time has come for me, Temple Knights, to reclaim our honor and go on the counter-offensive. I shall bring this suggestion of a joint operation against the Leofin to the Lord Commander as soon as possible. Thank you. Together, we'll put a stop to her scheme. I first must discuss matters with the others involved before we present a plan. To the Lord Commander, although time is of the essence, I ask that you wait a while until our course is settled. Yeah. Another thing that sucks is you can't mount in cities in this game, too. That's the only thing The only other thing that's annoying are like major cities. You can't mount in like major cities. Realize now that I agreed to defend a people I know next to nothing about. Tell me of these Zundu I will soon be visiting. They're like the Hanu Hanu with even more of a penchant for metaphor. Really, two groups of such people so far apart, the world really is full of surprises. Even a single city is enough for a lifetime. Every day I hear something that gives me food for thought. Oh, like the story of the Dragon Salt Law, for instance. Generations of animosity between dragons and man that somehow ended in a rekindled fellowship. I imagine a whole world like that. A world where there'd be no need for protectors. A wide-eyed watches not only the monsters in the wilderness, but our neighbors as well. You barely even considered sending delegations outside our village gates. And the cold snap only made things worse. With everyone struggling just to survive, our every thought goes towards defending our scarce resources. But if we only took outward with wariness, there's no hope for the future to change, no hope to build trust. If only there was a way to bridge the distance between us and great tomorrow hand in hand. But maybe that's just a silly dream. Maybe either way, it's a beautiful thought. I'm glad you think so. I'll hold that feature in mind as I get back to training. As for you, Angelus, get some rest. If you fall asleep when I need you most, I'll wake you up with a knock to the head. This should be the last one, yeah? See, Handelope still hasn't sent a word. I guess the others might not be so enthusiastic about our plan. To them, the cradle of the sleepless is actually still something to be feared. No matter how much faith they have in your strength, you'd be at Leofon's mercy if she put you to sleep. Honestly, I don't blame them. Not even I imagined our treasure could be such use for such evil. In Leofon's hands, it's no more than an indiscriminate weapon. But that means when we get it back, we can turn it into something else. Something no one's ever thought of before. We can find a way to use it without forcing someone to spend their life in slumber. Of course, I agree with you, Tenatoa, but we have more pressing matters, namely a rogue knight to capture and a treasure to recover. Right, sorry, I got ahead of myself. Apologies for keeping you waiting so long. The Temple Knights have finally reached a decision concerning the delegation to the Sea of Clouds. And what have you decided? I'm pleased to say that the Zendu have agreed to join forces with us. Together we shall drive back Leofine, should she attack. If her shadow darkens even an ilm of their homeland, our peaceful delegation shall turn into a fighting force. And a moment's notice, we shall restore the Temple Knight's reputation and recover your artifact in one fell swoop. Thank you, Handelope. We promise to do our best, do our part if Leofin shows herself. She won't get away this time. We have but to hammer out the final details. Once we are ready to depart, the first group of knights shall leave by airship. I would ask you both to make your way to Okazundu as soon as possible so you may help plan our strategy. Indeed. I'm coming too. I can hear your wounds and heal your wounds, and if it comes to it, my staff can bruise as well as a club. I'll gladly have you with us. I'm done taking on the world alone. I need you, Loazine, Nikwi, and Angelus too. We're stronger together than we could ever be apart. The cradle never would have been stolen if I'd realized that from the beginning. And I want you by my side to ensure I don't forget it. Well then, we'd better be off. I'm keen to meet this Chief Sanu Vanu. Off we go. Honored Netherling, your return to Oxzondu is as welcome as the arrival of spring. Sanu knows why you come. Wicked hearts seek to bring chaos to our home, and so the Zandu shall rise to its defense if needed. As the sun's rays chase away the shadows of night, the Sundrop dance shall keep the tendrils of sleep at bay. Chief Sanu Vanu, it is an honor to meet you. I am Tenatoa, and if this Sundrop dance is invigorating as you say, I'd love to see it for myself. The Zandu shall dance before Ishgard warriors upon their arrival. Brave Tenatawa is welcome to join the proceedings. That was the original intent, right? I see. If we're to draw Leofin out, it makes sense to pretend like nothing is amiss. Zindu warriors unify their strength through the Sundrop dance, and the sight is so fearsome that many choose to flee rather than fight. Netherling warriors may learn much from such an approach. Breaking the enemy spirits avoids needless bloodshed. Yet all dancers must hone their skills before wild animals first, and the Sundrop dance does not fail them at the most crucial moment. It is for that reason our dancers await at the outskirts of Oak Zundu for the Netherlings' arrival. When the performance begins, it shall draw the attention of all like a roiling cloud coming over the horizon, watching carefully for any who would take advantage of that moment. After the dance is finished, Netherlings will present the Zandu with Chief Sanu. Netherling ships appear in the skies like sudden sun shower, hurtling towards Earth. Swiftly it descends, crashing down near Zundu dancers. Ships make markings are Ishgardian. Zandu are unhurt, but wounded Netherlings pour from vessels. The Temple Knights would never harm the Zandu intentionally. Like lightning bolts in the night, Leofun strikes. Agreed, this has the scent of an enemy, just as Sanu has no reason to doubt that the sun shall rise on the morrow. He has no reason to mistrust the Temple Knights. She saw right through us, and now we're on the back foot. Great winds can alter even a raging river's course. What matters is to stand strong and move forward, and now we must offer aid to the Netherlings who come as guests. Right, let's go. If this is the work of the cradle, a Leofin can't be far. We must tend to the wounded, but I won't let her escape again. This ends today, one way or the other. Let us proceed. They're asleep. There you are, Leofin. You came all this way just to greet me? Oh, I am honored. I only hope my gift was satisfactory. 'Tis a shame you will not see Ishgard crumble. Alas, I can scarcely suffer rats to scurry about my feet, threatening to gnaw away at my carefully laid plans. At least you bear witness to the dying breath of the Temple Knight's flagging honor. We would sooner see that wrecked airship soar again than their reputation return to its former glory. Yet even I did not foresee that Sundu would be in the ship's path. The fury favors me, for who know would trust a nation so careless as to put their neighbors at risk. Everyone knows that you're behind this. People won't turn on each other so easily. Oh, I didn't see you there. The shut-eye wide awake. Doubly honored I am that you came all this way just to meet your end. Enough. We're taking the cradle back. We won't let your evil continue any longer. Such bold words. If I recall correctly, your people reaped great benefits from this artifact's powers, all at the cost of someone one's waking life, your life. Pray do not misunderstand me. That was not meant to be a denouncement of your people. On the contrary, they have my utmost respect. We are bound by our very nature, no matter how mighty we become. We are slaves to the whims of sleep. Yet this artifact can sunder those shackles and grant true freedom. It makes its wielder stronger and their enemies weak. A perfect weapon, if you ask me. I can't say whether using the cradle is right or wrong. I only know that a life lived at the cost of another is no life at all. You were right about one thing. We are bound by our nature, but that doesn't shackle us. It brings us together. And whether I am asleep or awake, as long as there is an equa, by my side, that's the life I want. We shall take the cradle back together. Show her no quarter. I'd be your shield. She's exhausted the cradle's power on the Temple Knight. This is our chance. No plan is without its wrinkles, I suppose. Fortunately, I prepare for all contingencies. Chivalrous. You had an opportunity to live a quiet life, but I will not give it again. This time I shall send you into a slumber from which you will never wake. Holy hell. They're awake. Now we got some more help. Everyone's awake. Marty's Hindu, protect Netherling warriors, keep cautious, like, yeah. Yeah, now you're all alone, this is now Leofin. It's very handsome. The artifact swells with power. It beast. Now you shut your eyes for the final time. Take a last glimpse of the waking world. Now what the hell is she doing? Brace yourself against the artifact. Take cover behind the door, yeah. Alright, what about Toa? Thanks for the word protection and such going second. Oh yeah, he's awake. You all owe my thanks. I owe you all my thanks. Thank you. Then to go help your allies. My Zephyr wind guides you to the sleepy. Ah, you stubborn. You may have won today, but this is not over. Yes, it is. Oh, shit. I'm just gonna knock the fuck out. Damn fool. Now. No. Say goodnight, Leofin. Oh shit. She saw off the thing. That's not good, except your bird probably just saved her. The wild eyes watches eternal, and eternal is the sleep it bestows. We finally stopped her. Yes, but we have someone else to worry about. Angelus, wake up. Are you alright? Only he would smile at a time like this. He's awake. Nice. Your work is done, Angelus. You did a commendable job as our shield. And now you can lay down your burden. It was thanks to your bravery that I was able to deal the final blow to Leofin, and with the cradle back in our possession, I think we consider this expedition across the sea to be a success. The Zendu helped us gather the wounded, and see them safely off to Ishgard. We couldn't have done it without you. Nevertheless, protected allies as fiercely as the Calicate protecting kittens. Zendu are moved by your might. You are equally as impressive. I should learn the Sundrop dance myself, though I won't strike a figure half as fierce as yours. The Zendu seem to have everything well in hand, and Handalo is likely eager to see us. We should return to Ishgard as soon as we can. Nice. Let me give it that. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Ah, the heroes of the day have returned. Thanks to your valor, the threat Leofane posed is no more. What's more, not a single life was lost. On behalf of the Temple Knights, allow me to express my utmost gratitude to you all. You don't owe me any thanks. After all, it was my fault that the cradle was stolen in the first place. And also, ultimately, my fault that your delegation to Zondu turned into a melee. It may be true that our visit to the Sea of Clouds was far from peaceful, but the bond between the Zendu and the Temple Knights has only deepened through overcoming mutual adversary. Blessings often take inscrutable forms. And while we know not whether Leofane yet lives, we do know that she can no longer reach the source of her ill-gotten power, so we have little more to fear from her. With the crisis behind us, the common folk no longer have aught to fear. We will make known the story of Leofane's schemes and the heroes who worked to foil them, and in time I hope that trust in our order will be restored. The Temple Knights shall continue to build relations with our neighbors for years to come, relations which shall form the foundation for Ishgard's future. We would be honored if we could count you among our allies in this endeavor. Anything you need, simply call upon us. We'll be here. We'll be there, no question asked. And with that, it's time we return home. It's been an honor. We'll be passing through Tolio on our way back, Angelus. If you have business in those parts, we'd love to speak with you at Zabelev Tea. Before setting off, see you soon, hopefully. Angelus, there you are. I was afraid we wouldn't see you before we left. We arrived not long ago and apprised Brook Ivu of everything that happened. This is the longest we've spent away from our village, but even though Tolio and Ishgard were like entirely different worlds to me, I was only even ever treated with kindness. Is anything the matter, Tanitoa? Nothing, it's just something I've been thinking about. Our people have always been self-sufficient, but the Ishgardians and the Zendu showed that looking to your neighbors can reveal a way through the harshest difficulties. And you heard Hadalu, the bond between Ishgard and Zendu was only made deeper through the shared ordeal. To trust another to such a degree, well, I think it's a goal we should all strive toward. We have at least one friend that like that, don't we? He who bent his every note of the narwhal's lullaby without a shade of fear in his eyes. Thank you, Angelus, for believing in us, for believing that no matter the outcome, your actions would not be in vain. In so doing, you taught me the worth of fighting alongside allies you can trust. Even if your shield breaks, that's not the end. I only protected you as you protected me. You're right. It's our faith in our allies and their faith in us that give us the courage to protect each other. But approaching someone with open arms doesn't mean they'll accept you. The relations between our people and our neighbors have been strained by generations of mistrust, and we must take care to mend them properly. If we can do that, and learn to look toward the future hand in hand, then there will be no need to use the cradle ever again. People can sleep and dream untroubled, and awaken with bright eyes. I want to see those days come to pass. Me too. Then you and I can finally spend more time together. Right, of course. If we're going to see this future, then we should get back to our village. They'll be overjoyed to see the cradle returned. Thank you for everything, Angelus. Next time we meet, may we both have good news to share. Takes care of that. Continue on. This cat has brought us a present, sir. ready to get underway? Then present your travel pass to the guard and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Xoctorol is a wonder in its own right. It is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Signed by Val Lamont herself. My apologies. Sir, if you would wait here just a moment.
Shall we then? On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitonatam. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
Shaloni. So ceruleum, that's the shit from Garlemald.
My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier.
Railroad?
As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Short on Ronic. Afraid so. If one will suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. The Ronic have been acting strangely of late. More easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out the few fit for right and proven bothersome work. They're like buffalo. They're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either. But much had changed since the last I was here. not the best start to our journey. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. About that, sir. As well-traveled as you look, it's not only the Runic that have been giving us trouble. Other wildlife have shown signs of aggression too. A merchant should be returning soon with one of the beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see both on Runa for a safer trip. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. Actually, I may be a little concerned, but the Roanic, Aaronville, the Roanic, whatever gets us from where we're going for, whatever gets us where we're going faster. Actually, what the Roanic, Aaronville, the Roanic. As this is your first time in Shonleone, I can understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride one at least once while you're here. A fair point. If we're to giving you the authentic Shonleone experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Take it you're heading to Ishitawali, and I'll have a man bring the Roanic over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? It's like the Wild West. How do I get up there? Oh, there's a ladder right here. I'm an idiot. Last time I was here, I was a little more than a camp with a shop or three.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
Yeah, I'm getting Wild West vibes.
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine! If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Hey, it's Justinian.
Is that?
I'd recognize that voice anywhere.
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What?
Hey!
What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
Well, shit. We got ourselves a proper whisper
Want
here.
to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekua is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Nice. So I got one more tune to 7 in a pre-expansion event. Gives good XP. That's good. Oof.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
Yeah, I've already got 2 100s so far in this expansion. I'm gonna go lay down. But we'll leave the YouTube up so you get viewing hours. Sounds good.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Going wherever the wind blows, huh?
Lul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it, they're surprisingly delicious.
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. The Dust Watch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by dueling. The peoples of Shalani rarely saw eye to eye, and for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would sooner not risk their lives, though, it encourages parties to pursue peaceful resolution in a roundabout fashion. The Dust Watch was likely established by supporters, or Kona, preferring peace be enforced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Zoruja's authority. All of which is to say that, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. Super tried. Oh shit. Two or more of the sides are touching other cards, and the sum of the ranks on the touching piano to the sums on the other touching sides of the cards are flipped. Yeah. Try one more. I should like to think the stableman has arrived with Ronak by now. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us when you've had your fill. Alright. Northeast. So let's go this way. The west. To the wow. Yeah. That's cool that this place has a cerulean or whatever. The same like stuff under the ground that Garlemald has. Spot up here. Go get that quick. Yeah, this shit's like fucking western zone. Like the Wild West. There's like, you know, the prairies and all that shit. It's pretty cool. Southeast. There we go. get all these, and then we'll continue the story. That way, the only ones I have to worry about with that are the side quest stuff. But yeah, I'm digging this zone. It's very Wild West, Red Dead Redemption style. You got the ceruleum, which is like oil, you know. The south. Pterodactyls. Nice, that's it. Awesome. So let's where's the thing? Good. Yeah, so far I think this might be my favorite zone. Just because of the aesthetic being like Western and shit. I think that's cool. The friend, I take it. Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife, not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robberies targeting missions. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our Ronex. Which is why I have to ask that you stop at the Shishwanzi Springs. That's fine, of course, but why haven't the Duskwatch dealt with this banditry? Kamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang, rounding them all up. Easier said than done. If you'd have anything of value, you'll want to take it. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to visit, stay vigilant. Right then, if you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. Ready? Let's saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. Yeah. That looks really weird. This is the first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. Continue to be struck by how much Shaloni has changed. That town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. Few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turn to Napoli tenties. Not just for the water in their stems, mind, their fruits are also said to be both nutritious and delicious. See that hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but it's brimming with ceruleum. The eruption of flames from wow. Alakui, meanwhile, showed great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. But this is a discussion for another time. We're here. Good thing for these Ronek. No sooner need to dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronek. Now then. This is the Sheshinwizi Spring, perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloni. Perhaps people travel here from all over, hoping to find their fortune. Change comes to Hishitawi was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They have achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Ayati is her name, and if she's learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled about Thrall. I can but assume she too came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Yes, I'm Ayati. And who might you be? Aaronville. He is my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is. Ellen Aaronville, yes. A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since last we spoke. Really, only 3, I suppose. It all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Liate. She's known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. Hey. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown, Aline Spia. Isn't that what they call you here? Alright. I was born Eleni Scipia. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Avira conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name. Homecoming. You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stomping grounds a visit myself. It would be good to see Jetuia again. She's the finest archer I know. Ellen Svia's mother and mentor. Every time I dropped by, she'd treat us to the veritable feast prepared from fresh game. She'd hunted herself, yes. You're impressive with the boat too, Ayati, even among Shitona. Oh, I couldn't compare to Chachuya, but her skill at arms pale in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Gul Jaja's traveling companions, after all. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tyrol lit a fire in her. Even after Elinsville was born, she often left him in my care, so she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. It must have been hard on you. Ayeti, please. What? We're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times you asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. Thus did she tasked me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assume it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. You found it? As part of the rite of succession, I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing. Oh, she'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way. you so much for stopping by. Give my best to show help. I need help. What's that about? We'll investigate. Please wait here. No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namika Uklamat's nursemaid. Aaronville, Angelus. Come in and closer and we'll slit her throat from ear to ear. If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh yeah? Hold on. Did he say this is Wolf Lamont's nursemaid? Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please, you have to give it back. I'm going after Namika. This lot I'll leave to you. Sounds good. Cocky bastard, I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old woman to the dogs. Come get some, buddy. We can deal with them later. First, we need to put this one in the dirt. Oh no. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. The bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea of where they're headed. You said they stole something from you. A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Lamont. I see. Yeah, closed as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the right of succession ended and Lamont's crowned the next Dawnservant, she is ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and of my plans to return home to Yasalani. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know, everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of a resolve, and now it's gone. I would have let them take every coin to my name if only they had left me that bracelet. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look. We're getting that bracelet back. I'll knock them senseless. So look, we're getting that bracelet back. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. I can assure you, no harm will come to us. Angelus will make certain of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint unless you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, to be sure all proceeds as it should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Lokamot put so much faith in you both. Before anything else, let's see her back to Shinsweezy Springs. She'll be safer in town, and when with Layette there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. Anvil told me what happened, and you needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. The bracelet means everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. It makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for these bandits, as this involves a gift from Lamont, we must be mindful how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Duskwatch. Well, now that makes me think you're strong. Really strong, are you? I may have saved the star on one occasion. You saved the star? That's a bold claim to make, but if true, that certainly speaks to your strength. Damn right it does. If your curiosity has been stated, sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, of late there's been talks about some unsavory types coming and going from Tenatiniawi to the southwest. Is it the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that ceruleum extraction is big business, no one wants to waste their time picking at the dried up veins there. Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits, not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. So you'll be investigating the place. I can let the Duskwatch know if you like. No, not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain if you've no objection. Right then, let's be off. Oh yeah. It seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. They'd made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dustwatch not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps you were in one of there in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove this simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. Bandits will notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any inside. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in the muffled chatter. Don't know where we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work the mines with easier money to be had. Not when we've got a boss who can keep the dust watch off our backs. Hey, watch what you say. The wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ears. Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them sainted souls was running our crew? The drunk who bought your story about the gold shitting alpaca. Am I right? As you lean to listen, a familiar voice rings out through the wall. Zakoa, let me out of here, you bastard. Shut your mouth, you sniveling little brat. Make me. I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vulture, most of all. You tell him he can eat shit. Heh. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself. We'll see how tough you are then. So the sheriff is the bad guy. He's running the bandit crew. That's my guess. As you lean in to listen, you hear someone entering the room on the other side. I brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. It's beautiful, ain't it? Bet it was made by a famous artisan. You idiot! How are we supposed to move something like this without it attracting attention? Boss, please, please. I'm sorry. Reckon we could find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here your reward, and don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. So were you able to learn anything? Their leader is a man of the Dustwatch? Or Dustwatch? That would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please. And you say they gave the bracelet to him? Seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else of note? Zakoa, that's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you said they threatened to take him to speak with the vulture? Their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent rash of robberies in Ishitawawi, but we also know he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. We need to get him out. We need to get him alone. You're right. If we confront him with his henchmen around, a violent outcome is all but guaranteed. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Luatin in Yawasa. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. Excuse me. Well, let's make our way there. we retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of... Yeah, I see dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see, and the males will flock to the scent of a female and eat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, I can create an attractant that resembles the scent when burned. We can then lure the into the bandit's hideout, flushing out the vulture and his gang. Then while they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask that you collect the excrement, while you see that I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. Oh boy, I get to fucking rustle around some shit. And before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants we require. Here, take these 3 pouches, see them filled, and I will handle the rest. Dude, can they give this shit any easier names to pronounce? I'm enjoying the expansion. It's just give shit normal names that aren't a bitch to pronounce. Sound droppings. Foul smelling mist. Well, there's our droppings. Dude, that guy's got like an outfit that kind of looks like Deadpool. Interesting. It's all red and black. Finished already, are we? Excellent. This will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces with the tumble claw fibers, dried Nopalite root, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's go back to Tonatiawi. ready. Time to set our plan into motion. Fair number appear to be gathered inside, and now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The attractant I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The Ya will come soon after. What's that smell? Ugh, that reeks. What did you put in the fire? Wasn't me, I swear. Yeah. Did something die? Someone want to explain that ungodly stench to me? I figured it was the sheriff. But boss, over there. Huh? What in the world? Ah. Run for your lives. So the smokes, what drew them here? I swear, when I find out who did this. I said our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Or I'd say. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight, we'll be back for you. What? You gotta get me out of here now. They're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. Shh, they'll hear you. Shit, who was that? Hey, you're gonna help me or what? The president must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. All that ever, not to show for it. Sorry about that, but damn, I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture. No need to apologize, we were planning to save you eventually. Really? And I don't even know who you are, the secret admirer of mine or something? Nope. I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. That man they called the Vulture, I've seen his face before. Was he the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as gang leader, he serves as deputy chief of the Dust Watch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. Reckon he's headed there now, too. We can go together. I've got a score to settle with him myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Right. So those bandits at Yahweh, they're called the Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed help to even the odds. That was 3 years ago, and whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how. With a duel. I see by the old laws, anyone who loses a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority. And we made it damn sure they did. Every time before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then about a year ago, the Vulture and his thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so they did his bidding without question. But when he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Kawikana and Lewine, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. And he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. But when the day came, he showed up with the Dust Watch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. As if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could even hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, certainly not the Dust Watch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town? I was, until that guy with the spear stopped me. No sooner had I stepped out of town when the vulture's minions caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner then. Well, you know the rest. You said the Dustwatch would be of no help, and they all were, and they are all working for the vulture then. No, not all of them. The sheriff, Kamek, he's as honest as they come. A staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the deputy's chiefs, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where the vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps we can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan. All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Wheezy Springs. I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us the pitch. Oh, shit. Check something here. Good, there. You're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Well, well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves the spoils in cerulean barrels where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel to Toldiel where they're sold off. You said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'd trust a lackey with that business, given the provenance of the piece. No, I'd wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Hasha told me, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Oh well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture's a slippery bastard. If If we're going to catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Hashitawe would be ideal for that. I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for the other to search the barrels for any stolen goods, and using that will expose him as a criminal. There is no way to tell that Wehewuti carrying the if Wehewuti's carrying the bracelet, but regardless, there'll be time enough to find it once he's behind bars. But won't he simply feign innocence? Oh, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel. That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way, he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the Wilds understands the importance of duels and the old laws. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the Vulture. The plan is without flaws, but what do you think? I say let Zakawa have his duel. We can trust in the old laws, as long as we can get the bracelet back. As long as we get the bracelet back. That bracelet's really important to you, huh? Don't worry, I'll see to it you get it back. You're satisfied, then. So am I. I knew I could count on you. I was seen in Tona and Tenyawe, so it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. Then you're with me. Tell the Vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You'll want to buy your friend as much time as possible and make your way to Ushitawai when you've got the Vulture there. I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's go. Let's get to it. The Yihi were likely that Shitona is doing. What's his angle? And then there's the brat. It's past time I dealt with him. He's oblivious to presence. Perhaps the General Pope will get his attention. What's this? An unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you need of the Dust Watch, sir? What? Zakawa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him? I see. So desperate was he to see his friend free from prison. He turned to a life of crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, sir. Might it trouble you to take me to him? Not that this is an inappropriate time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist, Miss Springs is hope to thriving cerulean mining industry. The prospect of each coin has attracted some undesirables, though. Is this the place? I don't see him. Just a little further. I see. Very well, lead on. These gold, there's gold in these fields, blue gold. Best be wary of the beasts in these parts. They may prefer to snack on ceruleum, but for you, I reckon they'd make an exception. This is the place then? Could have sworn I left him here. Is some sort of joke? Of all the... Let's keep moving. This better be the place. Oh, now I remember. My page is wearing awfully thin, sir. If he isn't at the next place, we stop. I may be forced to do something you and I would both dearly regret. Oh, is that so? I'll whoop that ass. Unless you'd rather I feed you on raw needles and all. Cut the chit chat. Wow, what a dick. Alright, where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where is Zakawa? Zakawi? Zakawa? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Goodness me, where could he have gone? That's it. I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you. Hey. Who is he? Are you looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
And my bag!
So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shisenowetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Woohoote?
Yeah, Wahute.
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wahute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it.
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Oh, you little shit!
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wihute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ah, you're not such a bad guy after all.
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wihute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zekua? What do you intend to do now?
Why? What I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamott's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
That ended up being rather more complicated than expected, but all's well that ends well. Whew. Finally, it's over. I couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Now that we have the bracelet, let's return to the Shesheniwizi Springs. Will you be staying there long? I'd like to give you a proper thanks after I find my friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the springs then. Alright, let's do the little side quest is. Oh, these are 90. We will do these as the bard. Say, aren't you the one who was stirring up a fuss in town not long ago? I could use a capable hand like yours, if you'd be willing to lend it. The name's Tonzoi. I'm not from around here, truth be told. I live in the wild, but I'm here visiting my grandson. I was excited to see him after so long, but then I spied him dealing with some unsavory-looking man, exchanging unusually large sums of money. I confronted him about what I saw, and he'll say little more than it's just a misunderstanding, then grumble as he changes the subject. I realize this is sudden, but could you see that if there's anything to be done to help him? He's in trouble, I just know it. Oh, a weight's been lifted off my heart. Bless you, sir. His name is Zitikawa. Last I saw him, he was headed inside this here saloon. The Tonowata with a red cap pulled down over his face to cover those bruises, most likely. You can't miss him. New face in town, huh? Well, what can I do for you? Thinks I'm in trouble, does he? There he goes, jumping to conclusions as usual. I thought it'd be less of a hassle if I didn't tell him. Truth is, I've been helping other folk in town with their money troubles. Matter of fact, the man you saw leaving just a moment ago is one of my clients. I should probably explain from the beginning. My work involves loaning gil to folks having trouble with coin for one reason or another. There's a reason I didn't lend them a Pell, but I'll get to that in a moment. My family lived here long before there was ever a town here, but then people moved in and they started expanding. Before long, Kamika's family approached us about selling our land. It was around the time when trade overseas was gaining in popularity. I had it on good authority that gil was on its way to becoming common currency here in the wilds, so I decided to sell the land for gil and use those funds to start my business. Sure enough, everything went as expected, and the business is starting to do well. It's not without its troubles, seeing as money is involved, but I never lend to any unsavory types. Your grandfather's worried sick about you. Why not simply explain all this to your grandfather? The whole point of me keeping quiet was so I wouldn't make him worry. Seems my silence only made things worse. He found himself in a real tight corner once. Gil's what got him there, and now he wants nothing to do with this stuff. When I told him about my idea to sell the land, the moment Gil came out of my mouth, his whole mood turned sour. He said he'd put everything in my name, and whatever happens after that is on me. It's not exactly easy to bring up my work when it involves the one thing he seems to hate more than anything. But maybe it's time I change that. The job does more than just put food on the table. I am able to help people help this town, but how do I get him to see that? I've got it. You're going to come and watch me work. Grandpa won't hear anything I have to say if it involves Gil, but he might come around to a first-hand account from you. So come and see what good my work does for Hushawati and how I help the people here. He did send you here to help me, didn't he? I promise to make it worth your while. Oh, shit. Right then, before we started, I should probably know who it is I'm working with. Angelus, huh? Well, Angelus, our first job is to go and see a miner named Wakwazi. He had a pretty bad accident on a job a while back, had no money for treatment or much of anything, really. So I lent him the guild he needed to keep him on his feet. But now it's well past time he returns what he owes, and he hasn't said a word. There's been time enough for him to not only return back to work, but also receive his wages, several times in fact. He usually comes here into town when he's not working, and his shift ends soon. Meet me just outside of town. If we're lucky, we'll catch him just as he's arrived. Hey there. For the money, I was gonna pay honest. I just mixed up the dates is all. Can't we settle this later? I'm busy. I know you're lying, Wakwise. and you're not going anywhere until you can look at me in the eye and tell me why you're late paying me back. He's obviously hiding something, but I'm not looking to start trouble. I don't suppose you're anything you can do, huh? Persuade him, maybe a little flex to show him we're serious. Oh. Look at them pythons. Egads, look at those arms and those perfectly toned neck muscles. Fine, fine, just put all of that away. It's all here, and with interest. If you had the money, why go through all the trouble of avoiding me? When I was still on the mend, my lady friend took really good care of me. See, I wanted to buy her something fancy to thank her, and well, I understand, really, I do. But if you really want to make her happy, you need to get your life together. I'm willing to give you a loan one last time, but we're going to have a long talk about how to manage your savings first. You're right. What good am I to her if I'm out on the street without a gill or even a bell to my name? I'll give it some thought, and we can talk later. Can't blame him for wanting to show his appreciation to a loved one, but it's no excuse to get carried away with his spending. So what do you think of my job? The money I loaned him paid for his treatment, and I supported him through his recovery. That's how to count for something. That has to count for something, right? Seems like more of the accident to me. Still not convinced. Well, there's always our next client. When you're ready, we can be on our way. Alright, took care of that. Any more in here? Nope. There's one over here, though. Welcome, traveler. I wonder if while you're out exploring, you might be able to do me a small favor. There's a cave network nearby where my daughter has gone to offer her prayers, but she's forgotten the all-important fish oil candle. I would take it to her myself if it wasn't for this terrible pain in my foot. Oh, it hurts something fierce, it does. Do you think you could give her this candle for me? From me? Alright. Let's go give her the candle. Oh man. I'm getting tired. Oi. Something I can help you with? Came all the way to deliver this. I'm awful grateful to you and to my ma for realizing I'd forgotten to bring a candle. You see, these caravans are sacred ground where we come to pray to our ancestors and the more recently deceased. These flames prove the living a way to communicate with the dead. And thank you to you, I can light a candle of my own and say a little prayer. Since you're here, maybe you could stand before the flames and offer a few words to your departed loved ones. It doesn't matter where you're from, all spirits are welcome here, living or dead. About 5 hours too. Over 5 hours. Oh shit. Turn this and we'll do a few more of the regular story quests, and then I think we're gonna call it. It's probably like 30 minutes more or so. Welcome back. I'm guessing you were able to find my daughter, no doubt, in her usual spot. She never was one to do things the easy way, you know. As much of a stickler for tradition as she is, she actually works for the railroad company. Still, I got to hand it to her. She managed to work towards a promising future without losing sight of her roots. I sure am proud of her. But don't tell her I said that, will you? Wouldn't want her to get a big head or nothing. Well, I'd say me and that daughter of mine taken up enough of your time. But it was awfully nice meeting you. Thanks a million for helping us out. Places. Nope. My bracelets, thank you so much. This is more than just a gift, it is part of me. I could never hope to replace. Truly, Wuklamon is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond, though I'm sure you would continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the deputy chief turned out to be the bandit leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are. The real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Kilwakana and Lewine. If it wasn't for you believing in Zakoa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard, Wihuti, put behind bars. You never gave up hope for Zakoa, but that Zakoa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now and lacking in strength besides from outlaws. Might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dust Watch the slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right? Alright, and you'll teach us how you draw your pistol so fast, won't you? Well, we won't need to duel if all goes as it should. But on the off chance it doesn't, we'd best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days, I'll be sure to repay it. On that, you have my word. Till we meet again. If you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. As I'll be here a while yet, though, do let me know if there's any way I can be of assistance. Or you're not planning to take the train home? Oh, train services have been suspended, didn't I tell you? You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. The tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake? It must have happened when we were still down south. There have been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you could speak with the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. Talk to this guy. Find out what's up. Seems people aren't too happy about the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions, and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand, too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you! Thank you so much! I'm Shenza,
so
by the way. Pleasure to make your
reluctant.
acquaintance.
Shenza.
If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zapia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Oh god, it sounds like fucking what's his name? Fuck. What's his name? It's gonna bug me if I don't look it up. The guy in Ghost Rider. Sam Elliott. Dude, it sounds like Sam Elliott.
Something the matter?
Did you happen to be a fan of trolleys?
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
No small number live in Trelawney, I must confess that I've never visited the home of the Hishsaro. As they largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. Alright, I think we're gonna end it here. Good place to stop. I want to thank Manliness Motivation, Real Wade Nation, all the other folks just chilling and watching along. Much appreciated. All the people over on X and over on Rumble. Thanks for being here. Much appreciated. If you're new and you like what you see, please be sure to give it a follow wherever you're watching. And I will talk to y'all on the next one, which should be what should it be? It'll be probably Tuesday or Wednesday. We will play again. So take care, everybody, and I'll catch y'all on the next one.